Marianne, can you make me co-host? And then I'll jump in the room with that person.
Yeah, sorry, that
It's okay.
that was helpful, wasn't it? Thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Good morning, Wayne County. Oh, my favorite guy. Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm so good. How about yourself?
Not bad. I felt like I hit the lottery when I seen your courtroom.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
I wish Monday would end though.
Oh no.
We got computers breaking down. It's just a mess over there.
Oh, but you know what? You're on countdown time.
I'm getting close. Hopefully August or September.
Yeah, that's awesome. So,
Yeah,
so who do you have?
Okay, I have two of your female defendants. I have Samantha Lawson on camera one. She's sitting here now.
Okay.
On deck, I got Rachel Nash, and she is present.
Okay.
And then en route to me, I have a Nathaniel Bradford. The girls are for 0830 and Bradford's 9 o'clock.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yep, I see that.
But they're bringing him in. My runner's just coming in right now. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. If I don't see you, have a good day.
You too. You be safe.
Thanks. You too.
I'll tell you. She's quick. She's fast. I kick females out of it because there's no room for anybody. No, he made a mistake, but he just got caught.
Well, I made a mistake. Tuesday, well, Monday, really, but I don't know here.
All right, both you ladies. You talk to your attorney. Tell your attorney about stuff going on the outside. Don't talk about the stuff.
Ma'am, who's down in the jail, what's your last name?
Lawson?
Thank you. Jennifer Ellis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, you should see an invitation to join a breakout room. If you could join that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Rima. How are you?
Good morning.
I see there's somebody in your waiting room.
Okay, I'm gonna go in there right now.
Thank you.
Somewhere. You always want to start.
There's someone that just joined us with their phone laying down, pointed at the ceiling.
Yes.
Ma'am, come on screen and give your name, please, so we can get you labeled.
I'm Paris Crowley. I'm here for John Johnson. Get over.
What do you mean you're here for John Johnson?
The observer. I'm trying to observe a court date. John Green Johnson.
Okay, ma'am,
Yes.
mute yourself. You're going to be moved into a breakout room. We'll pull you back
Okay.
out when that case is going to be called.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The observer that joined us. Ma'am,
Yes.
go into the
Up
breakout
here
room
on the
that
left.
the,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. I don't know.
Good morning, Division 2. Mr. Green Johnson,
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Good morning. We have not seen Miss Maishan as of yet, but when she
Okay,
gets here, we'll get you matched up with her and into a breakout, okay?
all right.
Thank you. Mr. Mendez, please mute yourself until your case is called.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, good morning, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am. In 162067 SM, State of Michigan versus Amber Desiree Rose. This matter was scheduled for a PCC
Yes.
at 9 a.m. with Mr. Mays. He appeared yesterday afternoon, advised my staff that he was in a jury trial this morning. We've adjourned this matter over till next Wednesday, May the 10th at 9 a.m. I'm not sure if he relayed that to his client, but I consider the matter resolved for today. If you want to update your docket.
Thank you,
for
Judge. I
more-
appreciate it.
You're welcome. The other thing we have is in 230112 FY, State of Michigan versus Benjamin Williams. This case is scheduled for an in-person preliminary examination at noon today. This
Yes.
office this morning received a stipulation to adjourn with an indication that defense counsel is in jury trial. I'm
Yes.
sorry, in trial at Frank Murphy. Here's the issue. This is a two defendant case. There is no indication that anyone relayed this information or request for adjournment to Ms. Gayton Rose. That's issue number one. Issue number two is that no one contacted Mary Ann for an adjourned date. So if we put it over to this court's next available date, that's next Wednesday. So I don't know if you have a way to get in touch with Ms. Richards or relay to her that this adjournment is not going to be entered until we're sure that
Okay.
Ms. Gayton Robinson has been advised and that next week is a good day because we have space available next week.
I will do that, Your Honor. And again, Ms. Richards sent that information to me late yesterday. But yes, I understand the court's concern, and I will try to reach out to Ms. Gayton Robinson and see if Ms. Richards can get to her phone if she's in trial.
Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Other than that, was there something ready to go?
I'm ready with whoever's ready. I don't think any attorneys are here yet.
I'm not sure why not for the 8:30 docket, but we'll sit tight and see. We have two in custody. I'm sorry, who was that with Division 1?
Lawson,
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. We have Samantha Lawson on camera now, and I got Rachel Nash on deck.
Thank you. It says Josh Hadley, but we know that's not true.
Oh, it's not?
Not Josh Hadley on a murder, on a assault with intent case,
That's what I
on a
thought.
felony case?
That's what I thought, but I don't know. He could change.
I don't think that Josh Hadley is doing felony cases in this court. Maybe he is. Maybe I missed the memo. Ms. Lawson, have you been in contact with an attorney?
No, actually, I haven't talked to an attorney yet this morning.
No, you haven't talked to anyone since your arraignment?
Yeah.
Mary Ann, do we know who the MIDC is assigned to this case?
no, we did not.
Not MIDC, NDS, sorry.
Yes, no, we did not get any paperwork.
Good morning, Judge Martin. My name is Ken Riggins. I'm with NDS. Who are you looking for? Or what's the
Mr.
client's
Good
name?
morning, Mr. Riggins. It's Samantha Lawson. She should be NDS. She's scheduled at 8:30 this morning. She's in custody in Division 1.
You said Samantha.
Lawson, Lawson, first name Samantha.
Give me 1 second, I'll take a look.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, ma'am,
Sir,
Division 1 has Nathaniel Bradford as well, so all three of your defendants for jail Division 1 is present.
thank you, Pravachi.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Samantha Lawson is one of my colleagues, it's a Mike Woodyard is appointed to her. I can either stand in or I can try to reach Mr. Woodyard.
Dealer's choice, Mr. Riggins.
What are we up for today?
Just PCC, first PCC.
If you give me a second, I'll see what kind of notes she has, and I can probably stand in.
Thank you.
Okay, I can stand in. As far as
You want to
notes,
speak to her or Miss, I'm sorry, Mr. Riggins, do you need to speak to her or Miss Yafufi?
probably both based off the what were in the notes. Looked like there had there's no discovery received on this, so obviously he's probably going to ask for an adjournment, but I don't see her contact information, and obviously
So we'll send, let's send you in first with Ms. Lawson to confirm that contact information, and then Ms. Shafufi, and then we'll get the case called.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you buying yet?
Yeah.
Ms. Wilmuth? What case are you here for, ma'am? I'm sorry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. I am covering John Green Johnson for APA Elena Rozek.
Thank you. We have not seen Ms. Maishan yet this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be here on standby.
Thank you. Mr. Bernstein, I don't see your client. Is she with you by chance?
She is with me, Your Honor. Yes.
Wonderful. Will you need to speak to the prosecutor before the case is called?
I would love to if she has a couple minutes to chat.
She's here right now, available, so we'll move you into a breakout room with Ms. Shafufi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Shafufi,
Yes, Judge.
please go into the room and talk to Mr. Bernstein. His client is Sabatini Munez.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Good morning. You have a good contact phone number for him? Understood. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Bye. Did Heather call you, Marianne?
She just asked me if you were speaking or not. Yes, she did, but that's all she said.
8:45, Mr. Frisch is coming into the main session. He's in transition, so if Mr. Martin appears, we will take Mr. Frisch so he's gonna be in an Uber and on a phone, so.
Okay.
Ooh. It's just another manic Wednesday.
Here's Mr. Martin.
That was perfect timing. Mr. Martin, I just got a call that Mr. Frisch is joining us, but he's in a car.
Thanks, Judge Martin. I am also in a car right now. I'm about 10 to 12 minutes from my destination. Pardon the delay.
Understood.
And I have a couple other PCCs this morning for a McCormick and a Parker.
Marshall Parker
Yes, Marshall Parker.
and then Santia McCormick.
Yes, Centennium McCormick.
Thank you. We'll get our in updated so it doesn't have the wrong attorney's name anymore.
Thank you. I'll also let you know, Judge Martin, that I am in jury trial right now with Judge Bazzi. That's expected to start again at about 9:15. So my apologies, but I hope that in about 10 minutes when I'm parked here that we can run through a few of these, or I could pass them to one of my colleagues who might also be on the Zoom.
Mr. Riggins is here, but he's in a breakout room. So if you need to convey that to him, great. But
Thank
we have
you.
some in custodies that we need to tend to first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fuller, you can unmute yourself, sir. I have just a couple quick questions for you.
Yes.
Have you spoken to an attorney regarding this case, not from arraignment, but since arraignment?
No, I was told that he would contact me, and the other gentleman said that he would contact me within 2 to 3 days. I have been contacted by nobody at all.
Mr. Fuller, do you know the person's name?
No.
Okay, because it has the name I see is, I know not a person who would be handling this matter, so we need to figure out from NDS who your assigned attorney is so we can get you matched up with that person.
Because I didn't want to bug them, but I need someone's job.
Mr. Frisch, your attorney is here. Mr. Martin, do you need to speak to Mr. Frisch?
Hello, sorry. No, I do not need to speak to Mr. Frisch. We just spoke.
Thank you. Sit tight. When Ms. Yafufi returns, I'll get these in custody and Mr. Frisch called.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Riggins, while you have a moment, would you look in your record, please, and see who the assigned attorney for Richard Fuller, F-U-L-L-E-R, is also an 830 PCC?
Okay. And by the way, I'm here on behalf of Eric Gozy on a Cody Harrelson. Let me take a look. That is also Mike Woodyard.
You are also Mr. Fuller?
Fuller is also Mike Woodyard's case.
Oh, Whittier, thank you.
Is it also up for a PCC?
Yes, sir. But since we have Ms. Yafufi back, this is 230254FY, State of Michigan versus Samantha Lawson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125. On behalf of Ms. Samantha Lawson, I stand in the place of my colleague, Mr. Michael Woodyard, with Ms. Lawson's permission. Is that correct? I need you to speak, Ms. Lawson.
She's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Your Honor, today is a probable cause conference, and looking in the file, I do not see any discovery received on this case. So we're going to ask for an adjournment for the PCC to receive discovery.
Ms.
Judge,
Lawson,
and,
state your
Mr.
name for the
Woodyard-
record, please.
Good morning, Judge. My name is Samantha Lawson.
Thank you. Ms. Yafufi, you were starting to say?
Yes, I did send, now that I found out that Mr. Woodyard is the attorney of record, I did send him both paper and digital discovery. Like a few minutes ago.
Mr. Riggins, how long of an adjournment? 1 week, 2 week, 3 weeks?
Yeah, because she's in custody, because of the severity of the charges, I asked for 2 weeks.
2 weeks puts us on May the 17th
Let me take a
at
look here.
8:30. At 8:30 a.m. in number 2 with Judge Oakley.
Can I have 1 second? I just want to make sure his schedule is clear. You said May 17th?
Yes, sir.
I see that he has a preliminary exam scheduled that morning. Could you do the 18th possibly?
No, sir, it's Wednesday only.
Well, I guess he can make it, and if not, I'll try to make it on his behalf. Okay, I'll let him know. It's
Thank you.
Can we address bond, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do see the charges in this case, and I see my client has a $75,000 bond. Your Honor, my client is not employed. She cannot make a bond, to be quite honest, of any type at this time. She is a single mother, has 3 children that are currently residing with her sister, who are unfortunately, as she says, they are involved in some activities, and they're also, one of her children has a disability that they're missing appointments for. Your Honor, my client is a resident of the city of Taylor, has been a resident in the same household for 6 years. She does not have a prior criminal record. Further, apparently the alleged victim in this case, she does not reside with. So I do believe that a reduction in bond is appropriate. Your Honor, we respectfully do ask for a personal bond. We believe that if the court is worried about any contact or appearance in court, that can be alleviated with a tether if possible.
Ms. Yafufi, any response?
Yes, Your Honor, the people would object to any reduction. I just want to note that the complainant is, I don't know if she's on Zoom right now, but I was in a breakout room with her earlier. Given the nature of the charges and the allegations here, Your Honor, they involve the use of a firearm, and that firearm was allegedly discharged at the complainant. So the people would object to any reduction. There is the safety of the community at this point is there's a safety of the community issue here, Your Honor, because of the allegations and because of the fact that there was a firearm used and discharged at the complainant. So the people would object to any reduction.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Yeah, I don't believe that the community at large is at any risk. That from my understanding, this involved one person, and so I don't think there's an overall danger to the community in this case.
The request to modify bond, I'm sorry.
Just my response to that, because I know Mr. Riggins doesn't have the discovery. The shots were allegedly fired outside of the home in an area open. So whether the shots were directed at the complainant, there were other people around, and I believe that would be a concern, Your Honor.
The request to modify bond is denied. The PCC has been adjourned for 2 weeks. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Yeah, can we order a DSU on this matter?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Thank you, Pravanji.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Lawson, have a seat in the white chair right now.
Mr. Martin, are you somewhere where you can handle Mr. Frisch?
In about
It doesn't,
30 seconds, I will be.
we'll pass the matter. Mr. Nunley, you're ready with whom, please?
No, I just need to speak with Ms. Yafufi when she has a moment.
Let me see, let me get a few things cleared up with her before I put her in with you. This is 230214 FY, State of Michigan versus Sandra Sabatini Munez.
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Ms. Sabatini, who's seated to my left in my office here.
State your name, ma'am.
You say your name, Sandra?
Sandra Sabatini.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment in PCC. How are we proceeding with the arraignment, sir?
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please waive reading of the complaint, ask the court to please enter a not guilty plea. And I'm also asking for an adjourned PCC date of 1 week.
And for bond, sir, there is a recommendation from law enforcement that they do not oppose personal bond. And it looks like they're asking that she not return to 65 Westover Street in Ann Arbor.
Yes, Your Honor, I would also ask for a personal bond. I don't know what that address is specifically, but we have no objection to such a bond condition if that's being requested.
Would you inquire of your client? Does that address mean something to her?
Sandra, does the Overstreet address in Ann Arbor ring a bell with you?
That's my husband's address.
Your husband's address? Okay. Well, okay.
Okay, that's fine. The
Yeah.
bond is set at 5,000 personal. The PCC will be adjourned to next week, May the 10th, 2023. Back here with me in courtroom number 1 at what time, Mary Ann?
9:30.
At 9:30 a.m. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bernstein?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. I see Ms. Nash on the screen. I don't know who her assigned, oh, Mr. Miller, thank you. Ms. Maishan, do you need to speak to Mr. Green Johnson? Are you ready to proceed?
I don't see my prosecutor on the line, Judge.
She's here. There's a sub for her today.
Oh, lovely. Then I think we're fine. We're setting a date.
What happened? She was here. Oh, here she is.
I'm
Thank
still
you.
here, Judge. I just had my camera on.
There were some observers. These are 200452 SM, State of Michigan versus John Brian Green Johnson, and 220025 FY, State of Michigan versus John Green Johnson. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Wilmeth, P82085, appearing on behalf of the people. I'm standing in for the prosecutor of record, Elena Rosick.
And good morning, Your Honor.
On
May I
both
please
cases,
dismiss-
ma'am?
On
I'm
both
sorry, Ms.
cases.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Maishan.
Oh, you're fine, Judge. No worries. Kim Michon, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167, and it's my privilege to represent Mr. Green Johnson. He's in the Wayne County Jail. If he is not on the line, we would waive his appearance for these purposes, Judge.
He's here, sir. Would you state your name for me, please?
John Green Johnson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in both of these matters. How are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, we are going to set an in-person preliminary examination. I did speak with Ms. Rosick. I am missing the ME report, so it's probably an oversight. I would indicate to the court there is an exorbitant amount of discovery in the matter. We would ask for an exam date, maybe 4 weeks out if available.
Because of the nature of these two cases, it will not be on our regular Wednesday. So let's look at a date. You said 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks out. So we're looking at the first full week in June, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at potentially June 9th, Ms. Wilmoth. Are you available, or the attorney, the prosecutor of record?
What time are you looking at, Judge? I do have Miss Rosick's calendar. She has a pre-trial that morning over at Frank Murphy, but that's all I'm seeing on June 9th.
Once we pick a date, it's a little easier to back into a time. We have the added issue of making sure that there's staff here. So if the 9th is good, June 9th is good for you, Ms. Maishan?
It is, Judge.
Mary Ann, if you can make a quick call and make sure there's somebody available on June the 9th.
Yes.
Thank you. And while she checks that, in the 2020 case, how long and how many witnesses do you anticipate, Madam Prosecutor?
Your Honor, Ms. Rosick did send me a pretty lengthy email, and it's my understanding that it's going to be a lengthy exam, but she hasn't at this point pinpointed the exact witnesses she's going to be calling. She just indicated that it's going to be a lengthy exam, and I know she intends to advise Ms. Maishan as soon as she knows what witnesses she will be calling, so that Ms. Maishan can properly prepare for the exam as well. So I don't have an exact number.
I appreciate that. The reason that I'm asking is that if we schedule the 2020 at a certain time and then the 2022 case at a slightly different time, so that witnesses and staff and everyone else involved may be properly advised.
Ms.
So
Maishan,
we say
you may have a better understanding than I do. Do you think it would be a full afternoon?
I would think so. I'm envisioning the homicide taking at least 3 hours to get through, Judge.
I'm sorry, you said the afternoon?
We can do morning as well, Judge, whichever you prefer, but I would imagine the homicide exam taking at least 3 hours.
I was looking to start the 2020 case at maybe 9 o'clock.
That's fine with defense, Judge, and just the other to follow.
So we start the 2020 case, which is a single count of domestic violence aggravated, at 9 a.m. as an in-person trial, in-person exam here in courtroom number 1. Would a 10 o'clock start on the 2022 case be too ambitious, or is that sufficient time for the 2020?
I think that would be just fine, Judge. The court should also be advised on the homicide. I know there is significant family involvement in that matter, and I know the court would like to be advised of that for security reasons.
I'm aware of that. As soon as we conclude this morning's docket, I'll have conversation with staff about that as well. So for scheduling purposes, 200452 SM State of Michigan versus Green Johnson is scheduled for an in-person preliminary exam on Friday, June the 9th, 2023 at 9 a.m. here in courtroom number 1, followed by 220025 FY, which will be scheduled on June the 9th, 2023 at 10 a.m. here again in courtroom number 1. Ms. Maishan, I know that you're aware of this, but I want to state it on the record so that we're all clear. The 220025 case arises out of an incident that occurred in Van Buren Township. I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled today. He has no impact on the rulings that this court makes, but because of the nature of the case and the involvement of police department, I want to make that disclosure to you. Do you need a moment to speak to your client, ma'am?
Please, and thank you, Judge.
Mr. Green Johnson, there'll be an invitation to have you move into a courtroom, a breakout room briefly with Ms. Maishan. And when you come back, we'll recall this case and finish scheduling the 2022 case.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, are you now stationary?
I'm here, Your Honor.
This is 230050 State of Michigan versus Christopher Frisch. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Read my truth on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Christopher Frisch. Mr. Frisch, please state your full name. Christopher Kelly Frisch.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this case. Ms. Shafuki, how are you?
I'm sorry, Judge. I believe this will be a reduction to an OWI-2 and any other misdemeanors that are charged with an agreement of 60 to 90 days as determined by the judge, with work release if eligible, and that may be waived at the discretion of the court, Your Honor, with 2 years of probation and sobriety court.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Martin?
Yes, that's correct. And we were going to enter that misdemeanor plea last time, but there was some outstanding paperwork from the probation department, which I believe has been completed now. I sent, and Mr. Frisch filled out the paperwork and I sent it along last week.
I'm sorry. Mr. Martin, I'm sorry, there's some other interference. You were saying there's paperwork.
Yeah, sorry.
that you sent?
I was saying that I believe that the probation department is now in receipt of the paperwork it needs in order to for the court to accept the misdemeanor plea for Mr. Frisch.
I don't know what paperwork you're referring to, Mr. Martin. I see, the last thing I see was a referral to the probation department for screening for
Perhaps.
sobriety court.
Yes, it's a screening for sobriety court, and they did provide some paperwork to fill out, and we provided that, but perhaps there's still a meeting or an assessment outstanding.
There must be, because I do not see anything in the file regarding whether or not he's been accepted into sobriety court. Mr. Martin, could we possibly put this matter over for a week so that we may investigate the status of that?
I have no problem with that. Put it over to the 10th.
Absolutely. At what time, Marianne?
9:45.
9:45. Okay, thank you. I make contact probation and see what else they need.
Thank you. And I'll send it downstairs for a follow-up. Mr. Frisch, will adjourn your case till next Wednesday at 9:45 until we ascertain whether or not you've been admitted into sobriety court. Okay, sir? Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Frisch, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe my colleague, Mr. Riggins, is going to stand in for me on my other two PCCs for Marshall Parker and Santania McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
This is the recall of 220025FY, State of Michigan versus Green Johnson. Ms. Maishan, you've had the opportunity to speak to your client.
I have, Judge. We are fine leaving it before your honor on the domestic violence situation. He did indicate to me, though, Judge, that he believes that the complaining witness on that matter sent a sworn affidavit to the court, and it should be in the court file. I do not have that affidavit.
A sworn affidavit from Mr. Green Johnson?
No, ma'am, from the complaining witness recanting.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. No, I do not see that. Something recent, Ms. Maishan?
He did not indicate when that was sent, Judge. Apparently, he's shaking his head no. It was sent quite some time ago, given the date of offense in that matter. We will reach out and see if we can resolve that situation.
And as for the 2022 case?
We're fine staying in front of Your Honor as well.
Thank you. You referenced just the 2020 case. So the disclosure having been made, the live exam for the 2022 case is scheduled in person on June the 9th, 2023 at 10 a.m. here in courtroom number 1. Anything else in either of these matters, Madam Prosecutor?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Maishan?
One, Ms. Wilmoth, is your sister counsel going to handle the domestic violence case as well, or is there another prosecutor I need to speak to on that matter?
I will send her an email. She only provided me information as to the homicide, but I will send her an email with what transpired at today's hearing and have her advise you if someone else is handling the DV file.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Your Honor.
you
A
both.
lovely
That
day to you and your
concludes this
staff.
matter. You too. Thank you. Mr. Green Johnson, I'll see you on June 9th. Have a good afternoon, sir.
All right, you too, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Everyone have a nice day.
Okay.
Mr. Woodyard.
Yeah.
Thought I saw him join us.
17. Yeah.
Judge, he's in a breakout room waiting for Mr. Fuller to join him.
I see that. Mr. Fuller? Sir, you should see an invitation to go into a breakout room with your attorney. Please go there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Mr. Riggins, are you ready with something, sir?
I'm covering 2 matters for Mr. Martin, and then I was covering Cody Harleston. So apparently I'm covering a Marshall Parker and a Santana McCormick for PCCs.
We have some earlier scheduled things if we can get some of these. Earlier cases cleared up, that'd be great. Mr. Nunley, were you ready with anything?
I'm still waiting to talk to Ms. Yafufi.
If there's nothing ready, we'll have you go into a breakout room with her.
Sorry, Mr.
Havens, are you
Nunley.
ready with something?
Mr. Nunley, I'll see you in my meeting room.
Okay, see you there.
Your Honor, if I may,
Absolutely.
may I log off for roughly 35 minutes? I actually have to drive down to the courtroom and cover a matter in person for Mr. Okozie as well. It's scheduled at 10 o'clock in front of Judge Oakley. So
Yes, sir.
I can be in the courtroom and handle the other matters when I get there.
Thank you, Mr. Riggins.
Thank you. I will see you shortly.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Washington?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I have Matthew Taylor for PCC.
And I'm ready to call that stack of cases. Did you need to speak to Ms. Yafufi first?
Yes, if I could speak to Mr. Taylor as well.
Let's get you into a breakout room with him first, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Hadley.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today?
I am super. How are you?
Doing quite well. Is there any chance when Mary Ann has a moment, she could ping me into Miss Yafuthi's breakout room or meeting room? And I'll be right back.
Thank you. Ms. Nash is here with retained counsel and Ms. Nash, we have not seen your attorney as of yet. Mr. Washington, was that sufficient time with your client?
Your Honor, when I attempted to speak with Mr. Taylor said that he does not wish me to represent him. I'm not exactly sure why he said that, but he said that he wishes another attorney.
Well, let's get him back out into this main session. And when the
Okay.
prosecutor returns, we'll take this case up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
ready,
you.
Your Honor, on Ms. Ogden. Ms. Lashana Ogden.
Yes, sir. Just waiting for Ms. Yafufi to come back out, Mr. Nunley.
Okay.
Your Honor, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
besides Miss Nash, remember I have Nathaniel Bradford on deck. In case he's needed.
I thank you, sir. I'm waiting for Ms. Nash's attorney. Somebody might
Okay.
need to give Mr. Miller a call.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 1S3788270AST, State of Michigan versus Lashana Ogden. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax Proof on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Ogden, will you unmute and please state your name for the record?
Hi, yes, this is Lashana Ogden.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
For purposes of the arraignment, we'd waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of the pretrial, Ms. Ogden is going to plead guilty to the reduced charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive in exchange for dismissal of the original charges.
Thank you. Ms. Ogden, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Nunley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding that you will be pleading guilty to the reduced count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been promised anything, threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 8th, 2023, I'm sorry, September 8th, 2020, Michigan State Police found you in Van Buren Township allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Yafufi?
Satisfied, John, thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Satisfied, Judge.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the reduced count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and dismisses the original charge of operating with no license or multiple licenses. Mr. Nunley, anything before fines and costs are assessed in this matter?
No, Your Honor, I leave it to the discretion of the court.
Thank you. Ms. Ogden, the court will assess a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 warrant fee, a $15 administrative fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $410. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount, ma'am?
Yes.
Ms. Ogden, I do not see that we have a collection agent, a collection clerk in the session right now. So what I need you to do when you log off today, please go onto the court's website. There's a drop-down button where you can submit a request for a payment plan. You can call the court's collection department and set a payment plan, or you can come in person to set a payment plan. Understood?
Yes.
They can roll the payments for this case into your other cases with the court. Anything else this morning in this matter, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Ogden, you're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. These are 200097 FY, 200096 FY, 200095 FY, and 200094 FY. These are all state of Michigan versus Matthew Mark Taylor. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Read my proof on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Earl Washington, Neighborhood Defender Service, P 31383, on behalf of Mr. Matthew Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, state your name for the record, please, sir.
Taylor.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, how are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, I made an attempt to speak to Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor indicated that he wishes another attorney to represent him. I didn't get the reason why. So basically, that's where we are.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am. I do not want this attorney. He was my attorney in my last case. As you see, when this case first started, I had Mr. I forgot his name at this point. It's been so many years. But yeah, I'm not proceeding with this lawyer. I'm not doing anything with this lawyer. So I don't know how the court wants to. I would have came in there. I represent myself. I'd call for another lawyer. Anything but this guy. With all due respect. So he represented me in my last case that I just got, and it went horrible. So he did not represent me correctly, and I'm not proceeding with this guy. I'm sorry.
Mr. Washington, if there's been a breakdown in the attorney-client relationship?
Yes, it appears so. I mean, I wasn't able to communicate with Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Washington, is there any reason why this case could not be reassigned within NDS?
I don't see a reason why, Your Honor. Or why not?
Mr. Taylor, what the court would do is turn this matter over to the felony clerk to have the case reassigned and have you reappear next week.
That's anything's better. Like I said, that's fine. Whatever, anything but having this lawyer represent me is, I'm all for.
Mr. Taylor will put all of these matters over. Just need to get a time for
I'm
my
sorry, Judge, 9:45.
9:45. I'll send the files over to Heather. We'll adjourn to May the 10th, 2023 at 9:45 a.m. We'll send the files over to get reassigned within
I'm on
NPS.
Zoom. Are you talking to me?
Anything else in these matters, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Washington?
No, Your Honor, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor, I will see you next Wednesday morning at 9:45. Sir, I'll send the files over for reassignment. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
afternoon.
you. You too. Mary Ann, I'm stepping off for us. When I say a second, I mean like not even 30 seconds. So don't let anyone leave.
Okay.
Mr. Hadley, were you ready with something?
No, Your Honor,
Sure.
I don't have host capabilities. I can't tell if, which I don't think I need. I just have two cases, but I can't tell if either of them are here yet.
I always need you to have host capabilities. Let Mary Ann, when she comes back, we'll get you.
Squared away. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Exactly. I like the attorneys be able to move. I see a whole bunch of people. Good morning, Mariah.
Good morning, Judge.
Is there something I can do for you this morning?
I'll be hopping in to help when Heather has to leave for the live with Judge Oakley. So until then, I'm just going to try and manage some people in the main waiting room here.
Thank you for your assistance this
Oh,
morning.
absolutely, Judge. Happy to help.
I saw Mr. Mendez, attorney. Ms. Yafufi, Ms. Tipo is in your waiting room.
Okay, I'm gonna
On the
join that right
Mendez
now.
matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Mary Ann,
Yes, ma'am.
would you give Mr. Hadley privileges? And if Heather is still around, I need her for a moment.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, shoot. Mr. Taylor had a case. Good morning. How are you? What's going on?
Jessica Williams Keating case, the one that we were gonna adjourn the exam,
We're not adjourning exams.
allegedly.
We're not adjourning exams when all necessary parties have not been notified.
So I spoke to defense
Phyllis,
counsel.
uh-huh.
Yeah, she said she's okay with the 17th.
No, the 10th. It's not the 17th because it's not my docket. It would be Judge Oakley's docket. It'd have to be next week, or we're not back on exams until June the 14th.
So it would have to be the 10th.
It'd have to be the
Next
10th.
week.
Yep. And Ms. Richard, Mary Ann, on the 10th, what time would be available for the Williams-Kennan exams?
1 o'clock.
Thank you. Let me know. Let me know what Ms. Gayton Robinson and Ms. Richards say about that 5:10, and then I'll do the adjournment. I just don't want to do it without a date. Are we ready on Mendez?
Yes, Your Honor, we're just getting a new PCC date.
This
Ye-
is
yes, ready.
230. This is 230226 FY, State of Michigan versus Jeremiah Mendez. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax Proof on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Rebecca Chiappo, P62311, on behalf of Jeremiah Mendez.
Mr. Mendez, state your name for me, please, sir.
Jeremiah Mendez, Your Honor.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I have not yet received the discovery. I obviously need to review that with my client. I'm requesting an adjourned PCC.
1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, ma'am?
It would be on Wednesday, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Next Wednesday should be fine.
May 10th, at what time, Mary Ann?
10 o'clock.
May 10th at 10 a.m. back here in #1 on Zoom with me. Anything else in this case, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Tiappo?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Mendez, I will see you next week. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Any luck reaching Mr. Grant for Ms. Nash?
Judge, are you speaking to me?
Uh,
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I know there's a lot going on, but we have Ms. Nash in custody and I see her attorney record is Grant Miller.
okay, let me see what I can do.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just out into the atmosphere. Ms. Brush, did you need to speak to your client or the prosecutor?
If I could briefly speak to Miss Yafufi, that would be great.
Let's get you moved into her meeting room.
He'll be here in a minute, Judge.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Nunley.
I just need to speak with Ms. Yafufi on 2 matters.
Let us, we have a few things that we need to handle, and then we'll get you in with her. Mr. Miller, good morning. Did you need to speak to your client, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. I can, or we can just proceed. I spoke with her when she was in custody here, I think Thursday or Friday.
Thank you. These are 220073FY and 230222FY. These are both state of Michigan versus Rachel Nash. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. J. Grant Miller, P58658 on behalf of Ms. Nash, who appears via Zoom from Wayne County Jail.
Ms. Nash, state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ms. Rachel Nash.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in these matters. Mr. Miller, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I still need to get the discovery from the people, but I believe Ms. Nash was going to waive this and bind it over to get this consolidated with her other matter down here. Is that correct, Ms. Nash?
Yeah, I was supposed to, I don't know what happened with, I thought it was bonding with personal bond with Heather or something.
We can address bond in a minute, ma'am.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
right, that's right.
So Mr. Grant, I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, are you needing more time for discovery or are you waiving the exam today? What are we doing?
She's waiving the exam. I'm just putting in an additional request for discovery. Hopefully I get it before it gets down here for an AOI.
Understood. Ms. Nash, raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to speak. You may put your hand down.
Okay.
You've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand you have an absolute right to have a preliminary examination in this case where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of the crime.
Yes.
And after speaking to Mr. Miller, you wish to waive your right to have this exam?
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if you waive the right to have that examination, the next step in these proceedings would be an arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice.
Yes.
And after consultation with Mr. Miller, that is how we're proceeding this morning.
Yes.
And Mr. Miller, because you appear virtually, there is not a signed waiver in the file. Do you authorize this court to execute the waiver on your behalf and on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the people?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. This court, having had the opportunity to inquire of Ms. Nash, will find that her waiver of the exam has been freely and voluntarily given. We will sign the waiver on behalf of both Ms. Nash and Mr. Miller. She will be bound over on both cases as previously charged. The AOI day, arraignment on the information date, will be next Wednesday, May the 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. down at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor. I just know this will be bound over to Keeper Cox to join the other case.
Thank you. That concludes
Oh,
this
Your
matter.
Honor, I do apologize. Is there a bond set in this matter for the district court matters?
It's 12,500, 10% in both cases.
Your Honor, is there any chance the court would consider a personal bond? She already has a personal bond with tether to Judge Kiefer Cox on another matter, and it's going to cause confusion at the Wayne County Sheriff's Detail, having 3 separate bond issues.
Ms. Shafufi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Bond will be amended to personal bond in both matters.
Thank you, Your
Anything
Honor.
else in these cases, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor, just want to apologize for my tardiness.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Nash, good luck to you. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Bradford was the 9 o'clock. I have not seen Mr. Martell yet, so we'll circle back to that. Ms. Brush, are we ready now with Ms. Grodi?
We are ready, Judge.
This is 230047 FD, State of Michigan versus Angela Grodi. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Summers Brush, P number 85828. Appearing on behalf of Angela Grodi, who is present via Zoom today. Ms. Grodi, please state your name for the record.
Angela Marie Grodi.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned PCC in this matter.
Judge, we are requesting an in-person preliminary examination after negotiations with the prosecutor, where a reduction was not given, the Ms. Grody's request to enter sobriety court is no longer a factor. So we are going to request a preliminary examination.
Are you available next Wednesday, ma'am?
I am off next Wednesday on vacation.
We circle back on to the criminal docket on June the 14th.
Um,
14th or the 21st?
June 14th will work, Your Honor. Ms. Grody, is that okay with you?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay.
At what time?
Could we do later in the morning or early afternoon?
It'll be the afternoon. I'm sorry, Ms. Brush, I wasn't clear. I was asking Mary Ann for a time.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
12 o'clock?
12 o'clock is great. Thank you.
Is discovery complete in this matter, Ms. Brush?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The in-person preliminary examination will be held in this matter on Wednesday, June the 14th at 12 p.m. Ms. Grody, in person means here at 11129 Wayne Road, courtroom number 1. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Brush?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Grody,
you.
good luck to you, ma'am. I'll see you on June 14th. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Nunley.
Leave.
Yes, Judge.
Meeting room?
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, were you ready with something? Thank you.
No, I'm chasing Rima around as well. I think she just went in with, she just go back into the,
My preference is for Mr. Martell to join us so we can get Mr. Bradford seen. Ms. McCormick?
Yes.
I see you there waiting patiently. There is an attorney standing in for your attorney. They are driving here to the court. They should be here within the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes. As soon as he gets here, we'll get you connected with him, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Same thing for you, Mr. Parker. There's an attorney standing in for Mr. Martin. He is in transition and he's traveling to this court. When he gets here, we'll get you connected with him.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
No problems.
Rima, I still need to meet with you when you have a minute,
All right, meeting room.
please.
Good morning, Mr. Woodyard.
Hi, Judge. Good morning. How are you?
I am super. How are you, sir?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Mr. Fuller, and we're ready to go for our probable cause conference.
Let's wait until the prosecutor pops back out.
Okay. It would be easier without her, but I'll wait. I'm kidding. Thank you, Judge. We're ready when you are.
Thank you. This is 230256 FY State of Michigan versus Richard Fuller. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. We might on behalf of the people.
And Judge Martin, good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning. Michael Woodyard. My P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, and our office represents Mr. Richard Fuller. He's on the Zoom call. Mr. Fuller, would you say good morning to Judge Martin and say your name, please?
Morning, Your Honor. My name is Richard Michael Fuller. I live at 29624 Sheridan, Garden City, Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Woodyard, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we would like to schedule this for an in-person preliminary examination, please.
Mr. Woodyard, is discovery complete in this matter?
So that's a good question. I did receive a link this morning from Ms. Yafufi. I don't know if it pertains to this case. I'm going to say no at the moment, but I will indicate I anticipate it to be satisfied. I don't anticipate any issues.
That is correct, Mr. Woodyard. That the discovery link you got was actually for another case Mr. Riggins stood in on, but I am sending you discovery on this matter right now.
Perfect.
Mr. Woodyard, what I like to caution defense counsel is that if you request an in-person preliminary examination, discovery is not complete, incomplete or lack of discovery will not be the basis to adjourn the exam. That being said, we have space available next Wednesday. Are you available next Wednesday afternoon, May 10th, for the exam in this case?
I am not, Judge. And if my screen goes blank, I'm checking my calendar. But I know next Wednesday in the afternoon, I'm not available.
June the 14th would be the next available date for this court.
Judge, that's fine with me. Flag Day, what time of the day is that?
12:30.
Okay, if that's what we got, that's what we got. 12:30 on the 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller,
Yes.
you will have an in-person preliminary exam in this courtroom on Wednesday, June the 14th, 2023 at 12:30 p.m. In-person, sir, means at 11129 Wayne Road, courtroom number 1. My staff will send notice to you of that date, time, and location. Anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Woodyard?
Judge, nothing else on behalf of Mr. Fuller, just our thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Fuller, I'll see you on June 14th, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor, and you have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any defense counsels.
Martel just said somebody's arguing. Can you adjourn?
Ms. Yafufi, any update on Williams and Keenan?
Yes, Your Honor, we're just, Ms. Gator Robinson is okay with the adjournment. We're just waiting on Ms. Richards' response, if she's available next week.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, we're ready with Mr. Beaver.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
This is 3S 4178579 ST, State of Michigan versus Scott Allen Beaver. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Scott Beaver, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Beaver, please state your name for the court.
Scott Allen Beaver.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the complainant has not appeared at the time and date for the final pretrial. We would ask the court dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Any response, Ms. Yafufi?
Judge, the people have not had any success in contacting the complainant. We are unable to proceed.
Thank you. This case having been scheduled at 9:15, it's now 9:53 a.m. by the court's clock. Complainant having failed to appear at the last appearance, it was noted that the victim must appear. Based on the failure to appear, defense motion to dismiss is granted. Anything else in this matter, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Good luck to you, Mr. Beaver.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day, Mr. Beaver. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, we're also ready to put
Good
a plea
morning,
on.
Ms. Taylor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I am wonderful. How are you?
Good. I'm standing in for Attorney Edward Martel, I believe, on the Nathaniel Bradford matter.
Bradford. Do you need to speak to Mr. Bradford?
Yes.
We'll get you into a breakout room with him. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, are you able to move Mr. Victor Hernandez back into the main session? I am not seeing that as one of my options to move him into.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's weird.
You know what? I don't even see him.
He's here.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, we are prepared to proceed on Mr. Hernandez whenever the court is ready for us. I have spoken with Ms. Yafufi on this matter.
Ms. Taylor,
Did you Yes. need to speak to Ms. Yafufi? No, it's my understanding that we have an agreement to adjourn so that Edward can resolve it, that they're already in talks with these.
If you sit tight, let's, Mr. Bradford's not out of the breakout yet. This is 230149 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Victor Hernandez. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, bring on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Victor Hernandez, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Hernandez, please state your name for the court.
Victor Hernandez.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, after having an opportunity to review discovery with my client, speak with the prosecutor, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea. And Ms. Yafufi, would you like me to put the details of the plea in on the record?
Go ahead, Mr. Hadley.
Very good. Your Honor, we will be pleading, and actually, Rima, I'm sorry, I didn't cover this. I don't think we have any issue, but we're entering a no contest plea for civil purposes to an OWI first. The current, yeah, is that okay, Rima?
No objection to that.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, the OWI second will be reduced to an OWI first, and we'll be pleading no contest. In addition, there's a misdemeanor charge for controlled substance possession. We will also be pleading no contest as well to the second misdemeanor.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear a firm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having an opportunity to have that discussion, is your understanding that there will be a no contest plea entered in this matter?
Yes.
With count one being reduced to operating while intoxicated first,
Yes.
and count two, controlled substance possession of a Schedule 5.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to enter this plea?
No.
Because this is a no contest plea, is it your understanding that the belief is that there's sufficient evidence to show that you did operate a vehicle on I-94 at Merriman while having a blood alcohol content of 0.005 grams or more per 100 milliliters of blood on or about June 9, 2022?
Yes.
And on that same date, there's sufficient evidence to show that you knowingly or intentionally possess a controlled substance of psilocybin and or psilocin?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Yafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hernandez, the court accepts the no contest plea in these matters with no contest as to an OWI first and the controlled substance possession. The next step in these proceedings is a referral to the probation department, sir. They will interview you. There will be forms for you to complete. They will then develop a sentence recommendation and refer the matter back here for sentencing. Anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, please respond when probation department emails you and or calls you, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you as well, ma'am.
Thank you. This is a recall of 230212 FD, State of Michigan versus Nathaniel Bradford. Your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexandria Taylor on behalf of the defendant standing in for the attorney of record, Edward Martell, with Mr. Bradford's permission.
Mr. Bradford, have the jail unmute you, please, and state your name for the record.
My name is Nathaniel. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Nathaniel Eugene Bradford.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we would ask for an adjourned PCC. It's my understanding that Attorney Martell has been speaking with the people regarding some resolution to this matter. So he is stuck in Grand
1
Rapids.
week, 2 weeks, or 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks, ma'am?
3 weeks.
3 weeks puts us on 1, 2, 3, May the 24th.
Judge, can I just add one more thing? We wanted to see if Mr. Bradford would be a candidate for sobriety court. I don't know if that changes the scheduling.
It would change the scheduling because when there's been a screening for sobriety court, we like to have the matter on Judge Green's docket.
Yes.
So if they are eligible for that treatment court, that will put us on May 31st. Mary Ann, do you have?
That's correct.
I just need a time. Oh, 8:30.
8:30.
The PCC will be adjourned to May 31st, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. That will be in number 3 with Judge Green. There's a notation in the file to refer for sobriety court screening.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else in this matter, Ms. Shafufi?
No, thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Taylor?
Nothing. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you for standing in this morning, ma'am. Have a good day. Thank you, Mr. Bradford. Have a good day. Mr. Riggins, did you need to speak to them? The Martin cases?
No. He indicated that he has not received discovery to invest.
Would you come all the way up to the, yep. Pravanchi.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Don't be sorry. Everything's fine. That's it for you this morning?
Yes, ma'am, that's it. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
I'll see you next week. Thank you.
All right, you have a blessed day.
You too. Are you done next door?
No, I haven't started.
Then let's hurry up and get you done. This is 230244 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Marshall James Parker. May I have your appearances, please?
Remind proof on behalf of the people.
Hello?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service by Ken Reagan, P82125. On behalf of Mr. Marshall Parker, Your Honor, I stand in the place of my colleague, Mr. Kerry Martin.
Mr. Parker, state your name for me, please.
Marshall James Parker.
Mr. Parker, you should be able to see Mr. Riggins, this gentleman standing at the podium.
Yes.
He's standing in for Mr. Martin. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Yeah, and I've spoken to Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin indicated that he has not received the discovery in this matter, so he expects that for an adjournment till May 17th.
Ms. Shafufi, are you able to hear Mr. Riggins?
I believe he indicated that he did not receive discovery. I'm just not sure who the attorney of record is.
The attorney of record is Mr. Martin.
All right, I'll send Mr. Martin the discovery right now.
Thank you. The adjournment's been requested for 2 weeks. That puts us on May the 17th. That is with Judge Oakley in courtroom number 2, which makes it an in-person.
8:45, Judge.
8:40, I'm sorry.
8:45.
Okay.
Mr. Parker, your your PCC is being adjourned to May the 17th, which is 2 weeks from today, 8:45 a.m. That will be in courtroom number 2 in person. That will be with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Notice will be sent to you at the address we have on record. Anything else in this case, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parker, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. Have a
You're
good
welcome.
day.
You're welcome. You too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
And then the other one, was it McCormick?
McCormick, yes. And I'm also here for a case of Mr. Gozi and Cody Harlan. Cody Harlan.
You said that earlier. Cody Harlan. Carlin? I've never been Jay Martin. I've been something else.
Let me contact him and find out what's going on. That was my mistake when he said Mr. Martin, and I thought he meant you. I'll call him and find out what's going on.
This is 230257 FY State of Michigan versus Santania McCormick.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafuf on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Reagan, P82125, on behalf of Ms. Santania McCormick. And Your Honor, I stand in the place of my colleague, Mr. Kerry Martin.
Ms. McCormick,
Yes.
please turn your video on and state your name for the record.
My name is Santania McCormick.
Ms. McCormick, you're downstairs in our lobby.
I am.
The attorney, Mr. Riggins, is standing here at the podium. You should be able to see him. Were you able to hear him just now?
I can hear him.
Mr. Riggins, how are we proceeding this morning?
Yeah, Mr. Martin indicated that he has not received discovery on this matter, so he's respectfully asking for an adjournment to May 17th on this matter.
Mr. Fufi?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear anything.
Mr. Martin has advised Mr. Riggins that discovery is outstanding. They're requesting an adjournment of the PCC to May 17, 2023. That will be in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. At what time, please, Mary Ann?
8:45.
In-person PCC on May 17, 2023, 8:45 a.m. in courtroom number 2. Anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
No.
Thank you. Ms. McCormick, your case has been adjourned for 2 weeks, ma'am. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank
Is
you,
the
Your
case
Honor.
you're
You
looking
did
for
same.
even here? Is it in this building?
When he called me, he said it was in front of Judge Martin on Zoom.
Corbin,
Hartland is Cody Hartland,
Harl.
Harland. First name is
I misheard you every time you said it. I thought you were saying something with a C. It is at 8:30. I haven't seen him. 8:30 suggested me in custody, though. Oh, huh.
Judge, I'm sorry, is the attorney of record on McCormick, is that Mr. Martin as well?
It's Mr. Martin with Mr. Reagan
Okay.
standing in this morning.
Okay.
And then lastly, I was hearing something so completely different. This is 230208FY, State of Michigan versus Cody Douglas Harland.
Rima Yafuf on
May I
behalf
have
of the
your-
people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125. On behalf of Mr. Crowley Harlan, I stand in the place of my colleague, Mr. Eric Dozy.
Yes, discovery and use that word and use Detroit.
This was scheduled at 8:30. It is now 10:09 by the court's clock. I have not seen Mr. Harlan this morning, but in reviewing the file, based on the time this case was set, suggested to me that he was in custody, and I do not see that bond has been posted in this matter.
If that's the case, Your Honor,
Mr. Fofi, we'll put Mr. Harlan's matter over for a week.
Okay.
May 10th at 8:30 a.m. There's a note in the file. I'll have Mary Ann follow up on regarding where the defendant might be. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for standing in for your colleagues. Have a good day, sir.
No problem. Have a great day.
You too. Mary Ann?
Yes.
On this Harlan matter, there's a note, posted note from Andy in the file, might give you a place to follow up regarding where Mr. Harlan might be.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Nunley, are you ready with something, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready with two. James Mobley would be the first.
230206 SM, State of Michigan versus James Nelson Mobley. Your appearances.
Rima Foof on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Mobley, please state your name for the record.
James Mobley.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
We'd waive a formal reading and stand mute for purposes of the arraignment. For purposes of the pretrial, we're asking for an adjournment so that I can review some discovery on the matter.
Thank you. There is a recommendation from Huron Township Police that Mr. Mobley's bond be set at 5,000, 10%. Mr. Nunley, your comment as to bond in this matter.
Yeah, I would ask that a personal bond be issued in this matter. He is here of his own fruition. It doesn't seem like he is a threat to anybody, that he's a danger. Ms. Yafufi actually has already got me the police report, which I've kind of been breezing through as we've been waiting and just reading the police report. I think a personal bond would be appropriate in this matter. It seems to me that there's quite a few witness statements, and all of them seem to be contrary to what my client is being charged with. I don't think that that a cash bond is going to do anything for the safety of the community or to assure his appearance. He's already been here of his own fruition, as I said earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Mr. Mobley has appeared timely and appropriately this morning. Bond in this matter will be set at 5,000 personal. Mr. Mobley, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Nunley, how long of an adjournment are you looking for the pretrial?
Well, I already have, it looks like, just about all the discovery, so probably 2 weeks would be fine.
2 weeks puts us on May 17, 2023 at
9 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm house counsel somewhere else that day. I'm moonlighting on you guys in a different court.
The 24th?
The 24th, I have a mediation that day.
31st.
I will make that work.
At 9 o'clock.
Okay. That will be with you, Judge
May
Martin?
31st at 9 a.m. That will be in number 3 with Judge Green.
Got it.
Mr. Mobley, your pretrial is May 31st, 2023, 9 a.m. courtroom number 3, back on Zoom. Mr. Mobley, you have some other outstanding matters with this court where there is money owed. If you do not yet have a payment plan, sir, please go onto the court's website. There's a drop-down button that says contact us. You can contact the court's collection department that way and set a payment plan. You may come in person and set a payment plan, or you may call and speak to the collections department, okay?
Okay,
Good luck to you, Mr. Mobley. You have a great afternoon.
thank you.
This is 230207 SM, State of Michigan versus Lucy Gail Wilkins Quillman. May I have your appearances, please?
More, Your Honor, Rima Foof on behalf of the people.
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. Would you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Lucy Wilkins Quillman.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Nunley, how are we proceeding?
Purposes of the arraignment, we waive a formal reading and stand mute. For purposes of pretrial, same thing. We just requested some discovery, so we just need an adjournment to have an opportunity to review. We'd also like to ask that the next court date be set as a final pretrial where the victim must appear if possible.
There is a recommendation from Van Buren Township that Ms. Wilkins Quillman bond be set at 2,010%. Any comment as to bond in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Yeah, I don't understand, or I guess I don't know why they are requesting a cash bond. My client is in high school. I don't believe that that she is a threat to anybody. She is here of her own fruition. I believe that she was arrested, that she was actually taken in at some point. So I don't know if there was just no, I don't know how they went about releasing her for today, but I don't think that a cash bond is necessary. And with her being in high school, I think it would be pretty hard for her to post any sort of cash bond. So we'd ask the court to just implement a personal bond in the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. The recommendation indicates that your client has outstanding warrants, but in looking at the criminal history, I don't know where that would have, there's no indication to the court where that would have arisen. For this purpose of this case, bond in this matter will be set at $2,000 personal. Ms. Wilkins Quillman, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Nunley, are you looking for that same May 31st date?
That would be great. Thank you.
Same time, Judge, 9 o'clock.
9 a.m. in courtroom number 3, back on Zoom at 9 a.m. on May 31st. I've made an indication on the file that discovery's been requested. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi? Ms. Yafufi? Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins Quillman. That concludes this matter, May 31st with Judge Green. Have a good afternoon. I was coming to see
You too, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris and Mr. Kowalski are here.
Okay.
Instead of on Zoom.
Have they talked, has he talked to Ms. Yafufi?
It's going to be a dismissal.
Okay,
So can they come in the courtroom? and
they
do
can
it?
come to the courtroom and do a dismissal.
Okay.
These two,
Green,
yep. June 9th, 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. 9 a.m. first case, the 2020 case. 10 a.m.
are those,
Okay. Yeah. A lot of family, a lot of observers. So let's plan accordingly.
what is it, June
9, yes, sir.
1st?
June 9. The 2020 case at 9, the 22 case at 10. Okay, we'll talk about it, but I wanted to put it on your radar
Okay.
while we were, that was,
But there's a lot of family.
yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Rima, do you know, has the victim appeared for the Santi Markham Pamplin matter?
That's fine. Once they talk to Ms. Shafiqi, if they want to come in here and do it, that's fine with me. I don't care.
I don't
I'm
see.
sorry,
any-
Mr. Nully, were you, they weren't talking to me. Okay.
I don't see anybody in the Zoom, no.
We have a final pretrial for Santi Markham Pamplin, she's waiting for me, but if the victim's not here, we could probably, I could jump in and tell her and we could get her out of here.
We can call it.
Okay, I'll go grab her. I'll be right back.
I saw you wandering back and forth. I was,
I didn't know, if you wanted me to come in or not.
I always want you to come in. Why not?
I know Judge Oakley likes to do everything live.
I like to do cases how you wish to be seen. I'm here. If you want to come in person, that's fine.
How long you been judge now?
2 years,
How long?
2 years.
2 years already?
Yes.
I remember seeing you at Exclusive Cuts all the time. I was cutting my haircut.
Mr. Rogers, yes, I miss,
2 years already. Darn, I think that-
the time flies, doesn't it?
About 6 years ago. I know I was telling Ken Brooks, the guard out there, my buddy told me, yeah, his son's graduating. I said, oh, yeah, where's he gonna go to college at? He says he's graduating from college. I said, already? He says, it's been 4 years. I said, damn.
You have a great memory because it's probably been, it's been at least 4 years. I still go by and see him from time to time for no other reason than because I missed the conversation. Are we ready with Mr. Harris?
Yes, my understanding is gonna be a dismissal.
This is 23WM00489ST. This is State of Michigan versus Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Omar Shazra on behalf of the people, PA6332.
Come running in here like that.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tim Dabalski appearing on behalf of the defendant who is to my right. My P number is 33656.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Christopher Harris.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial on this matter. How are we proceeding this morning?
That is correct. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to dismiss for insufficient evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
This case is hereby dismissed. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, good luck to you. Have a good day. P what?
P86.
86. I saw it 89.
You seen the 89?
I saw it 89.
On July 4th.
It's last July.
The last Michigan one.
I still have my seat number. You know, when you're sitting in Breslin, they tape the little square to your seat. I still have that.
Me too. But Judge, you know, the thing is, I feel like a piece of it.
Because you've been to 36. 36 gets you ready. Oh. Mr. Hadley,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you with Mr. Wright?
I am. Mr. Wright is a co-defendant. Mr. Nunley was house counsel today, and I believe he had initially met with, or is going to be meeting with the other co-defendant. So I hop back in to avoid a conflict of interest if this court will entertain that.
Ms. Yafufi is here, so let's call 230205 SM, State of Michigan versus Christopher Oliver Wright. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Christopher Wright, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Wright, please state your name for the court.
My name is Christopher Wright.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we will enter a plea of not guilty and waive the formal reading of the arraignment at this time.
Thank you, sir. There is a recommendation from Huron Township that Mr. Wright's bond be set at 5,010%. Your comment as to bond, sir.
Your Honor, we would request a PR bond in this one. Mr. Wright, outside of, I think, maybe some moving citations, has no criminal history. After speaking with him, he looks forward to zealously defending this matter. Again, he's employed, member of the community, father of a 3-year-old. We would ask a PR bond be issued in this. There's been no contact with the complainants or the co-defendants since the date and the incident. With all that said, we would ask the court to entertain that.
Ms. Yafufi, any comment as to bond?
Judge, I'll leave it to the discretion of the court.
Thank you. The recommendation from Huron Township indicates that Mr. Wright has multiple failures to appear on misdemeanor matters. The court believes that the public will be sufficiently protected with a bond of 5,000 personal, with no contact with the complaining witness and the victim in this case, that being Brandon Leslie Bond. Mr. Wright, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact with third parties, no contact through social media. If this court receives information that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with the victim in this case, it could be viewed as a violation of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Understood?
Understood.
Thank you. That being the case, Mr. Hadley, are we looking for an adjourned date? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
We are. I just sent an 11th hour request for discovery over to Miss Yafufi because I just found out about this appointment. I think actually she may have just sent it to me. My apologies, Ron. I think I may have just gotten it. If that's the case, 2 weeks would be sufficient. I just want to make sure I've got the right one here.
Yes, you did. That's paper and digital.
On Mr. Wright's case, Rima?
Yes.
Perfect. Your Honor, 2 weeks would be, or as this court has available.
2 weeks puts us on May 17, 2023 at
9 o'clock.
At 9
Excellent.
a.m. That will be in number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley, which makes this a live pretrial. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, I'll be reaching out to you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Nunley?
I am ready, Your Honor, with Ms. Santi Markham Pamplin.
Thank you. This is 230215 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Santi Elizabeth Markham Pamplin. May I have your appearances, please?
Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people.
Royce Snelly on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Markham Pamplin, could you please state your name for the record?
Auntie Elizabeth Markham Pamplin.
Thank you, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
You actually have the more charming attorney, Royce Nunley, on this one, and I believe this is set for a final pretrial where the victim must appear. I believe that.
Wait, did I just call you the wrong name?
You did, and it kind of hurt. Have you seen him? Have you seen me?
I'm sorry, Mr. My apologies, Mr. Nunley, but then I will correct you. It's showing as a pretrial in this matter, both Judge Green's handwritten note and the disposition by Michelle show it as just a pretrial.
Yeah, I don't know. I had on my calendar, I marked it as a final pretrial where the victim must appear. Ms. Yafufi, what did you have in your notes?
I haven't had contact with the complainant.
Did you write it down as a final pretrial?
I did write it down as a final pretrial.
Okay. In that case, we would move to dismiss if the court would entertain such a motion.
Ms. Yafufi?
Judge, people have been unable to contact the complainant in this matter. We're unable to proceed.
Thank you. Inasmuch as the prosecution and the defense attorney indicate that today's date should have been a final pretrial with the complainant to appear by 10 a.m., it now being 10:28 a.m. by this court's clock, the complainant having failed to appear and Mr. Nunley making such a brilliant argument, the motion to dismiss is hereby granted. Ms. Markham Pamplin, this case is hereby dismissed. You have an outstanding matter with this court, an unrelated outstanding matter where you owe the court $230, ma'am. You may go online and submit a request for a payment plan. You can come in person and speak to the court's collection department, or you can call, but please do something about this outstanding balance, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Ms. Yafufi, any update on confirming with Ms. Richards that next Wednesday at 1 p.m. is a good time?
Yes, that is a good time, Your Honor.
These are 230112 FY, State of Michigan versus Benjamin Richard Williams, and 230113 FY, Tanya Joy Kennan. These matters were scheduled for an in-person preliminary exam today at 12 o'clock. This morning, the court received a stipulation from the attorneys in the 112 file indicated that defense attorney Nancy Richards was unavailable as she is in trial at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. The stipulation did not provide an adjourned date. The court will grant the stipulation and adjourn both of these matters till next Wednesday, May the 10th, 2023 at 1 p.m. live preliminary examination in courtroom number 1. the attorneys have advised, the prosecutor has advised that the attorney on 113, that being attorney Phyllis Gayton Robinson, has been advised of this adjournment.
It's the court.
And good morning to you, ma'am. How are you? I'm super. What can I do for you this morning? Absolutely.
We're here in person, but we can also just go over Zoom. We thought we were supposed to be here in person. I mean, I did.
Is your client with you?
Yep, he's here.
We can do it one of two ways. I'll turn the camera so you and your client can stand at the podium as Ms. Yafufi or her or associate are coming in, or if they're turning their Zoom on, doesn't matter to me.
Okay, we can also just be over Zoom. I mean, really doesn't matter.
If you want to, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll do
Okay,
that. Okay. Thank you.
thank you. Mary Ann,
Yes, ma'am.
at 9 a.m., there is a Carrie Nelson, and it lists Mr. Jadala as the attorney, and I'm not sure if that actually is accurate. Was he just the arraigning attorney, or is he actually assigned to this matter? He has not appeared, and I have not seen Ms. Nielsen.
Let me check.
Thank you, ma'am.
Judge, if I could interrupt, just give a little information about Ms. Nielsen. Attorney Jadala was the arraigning attorney. She is going to be in speaking with Mr. Nunley very shortly.
Thank you, ma'am. This is that Pearl Washington one. Oh, okay. Why would somebody ever tell me? Good morning, Mr. Day.
Good morning. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Not bad. I see once again I'm being listed as Tom DePietro. So that's my alias.
I saw how you were labeled. I said, there's no way that Mr. DePietro has shed his beard and
Okay, I'm being invited to join the waiting room. Is that where I'm supposed to head to?
I don't know why you would go to a waiting room. Do you need to speak to Miss Yafufi?
Probably. That's the prosecutor.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
We'll get you there with her, get you relabeled properly.
Okay,
We'll go-
thank you.
I'll meet you in my meeting room.
All right.
Ms. Barron and Mr. Nelly, you just lost the prosecutor. As soon as she pops back out,
I'm gonna go try to find her. I'm gonna go hunt her down if she's in her breakout.
she's in with Mr. Day.
All right. Maybe I won't jump in.
Oh, man.
It will be Miss. Miss Barron and her client first. Marianne,
Yes, ma'am.
you have Trayvon Harris.
The file,
Yes, I'm sorry.
do you need it back?
I need it back, please.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. This is 230054 FY, State of Michigan versus Joseph Mowat. Your appearances, please.
Remax Lucy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, P 85265, representing Mr. Mowat, who's here with me.
Good morning, Judge Joseph Mowat.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. This court is in receipt of a signed stipulation of plea agreement by the parties that provides that count one disorderly person would be added and the original charges would be dismissed. That there will be immediate sentencing and no objection to no probation and no jail. Is that the full extent of the agreement by the parties, Ms. Shafufi
Yes, Your Honor, that is accurate.
and Ms. Barron?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Judge.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding that you will be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor charge of being a disorderly person.
Yes, Judge.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Judge.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Judge.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Judge.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Judge.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Judge.
Sir, is it true that on January 26, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were a disorderly person?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Barron, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Judge, not if the court doesn't need anything further.
Satisfied, Ms. Shafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, the court accepts your plea of being a disorderly person at the date and time stated on the record. Ms. Barron, was there anything you wanted to say before fines and costs were assessed in this matter?
Yes, Judge, I just asked that Your Honor not impose probation, not impose jail time for Mr. Mowat's minor involvement in this incident, which he has taken responsibility for. I would ask for fines to be at a minimum in this case. Mr. Mowat is a father of 3 young children. He lives with those children's mother and he supports his entire family. He's been working at the same job for 2 years. And because of these responsibilities, he did qualify for the public defender. So I would ask for all fines to be at a minimum.
Thank you. Ms. Barron, the court will impose the following: $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 mandatory crime victim fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee. That's $345. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yeah, give me till next week.
Yes, we'd ask for like 3 weeks,
Yeah, that's fine.
3 weeks, if that's possible, Judge.
3 weeks to pay. Anything else in this case, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Barron?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. Thank you for your patience this morning. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank
This is 230219 SM, State of Michigan versus Clinton Evans. May I have your appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Remax Lucy on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley standing in for Mr. Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Clinton Evans.
Mr. Evans, state your name for me, please, sir.
Clinton Evans.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to be asking for a brief adjournment for discovery purposes. I believe we have, if possible, an adjourned date of May 31st.
Pretrial will be May 31st, 2023 at
9:15.
9:15. That will be in number 3 with Judge Green. Anything else in this case, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll see you back here on May 31st in courtroom number 3 at 9:15. Thank you
Okay,
for your
thank you.
patience, sir.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Day, is your client with you or are they logging on separately? You're muted, sir.
Excuse me. I talked to him earlier this morning. He was logging in separately.
I don't see them in, oh, maybe they're the one without audio. Let's see. Marianne, if Heather is back. Oh,
Your Honor, if you'd like to pass on this, I can call him.
would you please, because I also don't see the file.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna mute myself and call him.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Do we have time? Could I borrow Rima for a hot minute?
Absolutely.
Okay, see you there.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Oh. Ms. Yafufi, if you have the pre-hearing files, Mr. Day's client is here.
I do, Your Honor. It'll be an impeding $200.
Then if you would have your colleague run those tickets back into the courtroom, please.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you. In the interim, these are 230243ST and 22 BL00414A. These are State of Michigan versus Carrie Nielsen. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Rima Akif on behalf of the people.
Roy Stanley on behalf of the defendant. Ms. Nielsen, please state your name.
Carrie Nielsen.
Your Honor,
Thank
date
you.
and time scheduled for an arraignment, pretrial and a pretrial. We have reached a resolution. under which she would be pleading guilty to the reduced charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive in exchange for dismissal of the original 2 charges.
Thank you. Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss these matters with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding that you'll be pleading guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and the driving while license suspended, and the no insurance case would be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on April the 18th, 2023, in the city of Belleville, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Shafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The 2 original charges will be dismissed. Mr. Nunley, any comments before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
I leave it to the court's discretion.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court will impose a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Ma'am, you have some other outstanding matters with this court where you owe $1,814. I do
Yes.
believe that you were previously advised of that. I would ask that you go online to the court's website. You can submit a request for payment plan that way. You can come in person and speak to the court's collection staff, or you can call and speak to the collection staff, okay?
Okay.
Anything else in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes this matter. Other than following up with the collections department, good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? I'm super, thank you. It's all here. This is 23L556891 AOT. This is Wayne County Sheriff's versus David Morrison. May I have your appearance, please?
Remind proof on behalf of the people.
Royce, on behalf of the defendant, would you please state your name for the record, Mr. Morrison?
David Morrison.
Your Honor, date and time scheduled for the pretrial in this matter. We have reached a resolution whereby Mr. Morrison will be pleading guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive in exchange for dismissal of the original charge.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Nunley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having this conversation, sir, is your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added account of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
I understand.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily? You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on January 31st, 2023, Wayne County Sheriff's, thank you, found you to be in the city of Romulus allowing an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Shafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor, thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Nunley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. The original charge of driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied is dismissed. Any comments, Mr. Nunley, before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
I'd leave it to the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, the court will impose a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 show cost for your previous failure to appear, $50 warrant fee for failing to appear multiple times in this case, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $445, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Morrison, you have another outstanding matter with this court where you owe $180 on a speeding ticket. You can do one of three things, sir. You can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button that drops down and you can submit a request for a payment plan. You can come in person and speak to the court's collection staff and set a payment plan for both of these matters, or you can call the court's collection department and set a payment plan, but please do so sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay, what's the website again? I'm sorry.
It's 34th District Court -mi.org.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morrison, have a good day. You're free to go, sir.
Thank you too.
What happened to Mr. Day?
Just want to confirm, does that conclude my docket for the day? I don't see anybody else.
No, sir, you cannot leave.
Okay.
I don't know that you have anything. I'm giving you a hard time, Mr. Nunley. It is 10:58 by this court's clock. Our last misdemeanor matter would have been scheduled at 10. So if the defendant's not here, they're untimely. So yes, sir, you are free to go. Thank you for
Alright.
your patience and your assistance this morning.
Okay, see you guys next time.
Good morning, Mr. Coots.
Morning, how are you?
I am super. How are you?
I'm disappointed that summer's not here yet.
Listen, soon enough, you will be out on Belleville Lake on the paddle boat. So what are you here for?
I'm here actually for Lakeview Mobile Home Court versus Sean Norris.
Not with me.
Well, I have a notice.
I'm on misdemeanor and felonies this morning.
I'm just typed in the Zoom ID number that I have. Would that be with the mediator?
If it's the first appearance landlord tenant case, yes, sir.
It is. Okay. Well, all right. I will contact Mary Ann to see what number that is.
It's, if you're ready,
Yep, I am.
646 876
876
9923.
9923. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Ma'am, you too. Have you been here before? Are you just here to view? If you can sit tight for a minute, I have something for you. Thank you.
So we're waiting on employees. Elrod, yeah. And so we're putting up the- Tell them, I didn't have my speed.
Okay, I think that did it.
We're still largely Zoom, so when people want to see, I tell them to go on YouTube, we stream our cases and see that. You can stay as long as you want to. We have exams scheduled, which means the attorneys will be here in the courtroom. I don't know if we're gonna start at. I thought we were scheduled at 11. I had to look at the schedule because we've adjourned a few things. I think Judge Oakley was on the record earlier too. Well, this will be fine. Okay. I can sit, I can listen again. It's very relaxing. Oh, we have an in-person case scheduled at 11:30, so maybe the attorneys will be here. But we have Mr. Benning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm super. How are you?
I'm all right.
I don't see Attorney Tank as of yet.
Judge, I was just informed that he will be signing on momentarily.
Thank you for the update, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Day left.
It appears that way.
Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Day appears to have left. Was it your understanding that on 3S 4198-410 is Marash Nikolaj. It was
Yes.
going to be 200 for impeding.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Did you have any conversation with him regarding his client's payment of the 200?
I actually did not.
If he logs back on, we'll address the matter. Otherwise, the court will indicate responsible to impeding for $200 fines and costs with the standard 5 days to pay. We have the remaining matters of 220158 SM, State of Michigan versus Sony Cooper. This matter was scheduled for pretrial at 10 a.m. It is now 11:07 by this court's clock. The underlying crimes in this case are assaultive in nature. Ms. Cooper has a history of failing to appear in this matter. Based on her failure to appear and the nature of the crimes against her, the court will issue a bench warrant in this case, 5,000, 10%. There's 230204 SM, State of Michigan versus Jessica Riel. The matter was scheduled this morning at 9 o'clock. It's now 11:08 by this court's clock. Case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial based on the defendant's failure to appear. Matter will be set for show cause.
So Fidelity gets a subpoena, but he's on the way.
There is 23WM00489ST, State of Michigan versus Trevon Clarence Harris. The matter was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:45 a.m. It's now 11:09 a.m. by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the court checking there is no one by that name or no unidentified persons in the court's virtual breakout rooms. There's no one in the court's virtual waiting room. Matter will be set for show cause. Mr. Benning is the only remaining matter before the exams begin.
Judge, what was that last piece that we show cause right now?
Harris, Trevon Harris.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Did we address the Green Meadows apartment case. Set for 10 a.m.
That is a landlord tenant case.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to take up landlord tenant proceedings.
Oh, no, I'm good.
It was misdocketed and there were adjustments made, so I think they received notice to be where they were supposed to be.
So I think we are set for until exams, right?
We have Mr. Benning, we're waiting for Attorney Tank. This is the
Oh, yeah.
1045 case, and then we have the 1130 Henry Ford case.
Okay.
Eleven 30. Yes, ma'am. The rumor is 1130. Yes. Yes. The remaining cases of adjourned, there were things scheduled every half an hour from 1130 to 2:30, but there have been adjournments, so it's the 1130, the 1:30, and then there's a 2 o'clock. Absolutely. If the building's open and we're in session, the courtroom is open. Yes. Even if they show up early, I don't call the case unless everyone's here and ready to proceed. Oh, there is a 1 o'clock. The 1 o'clock is still scheduled to go. In theory, they're scheduled. I say that because if the parties resolve it beforehand. Mary Ann, did you speak directly to Mr. Tank's office?
I did not, but Heather spoke with them. He was.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
He was in another court and running behind.
Thank you.
Yep.
towards a defense attorney.
No, that never happens. What are you talking about?
We have everyone else.
Everyone else?
There's like 5 police officers.
We don't need 5 police officers, do we?
I think it's gonna be a waiver. He's already in, Monroe County for 90 days for the same thing.
So there is a food truck here on Friday.
Yes.
There is Mexican. There's the sausage guy. Yep, taco truck. The ice cream truck is giving out shoes. Little kids' shoes. I don't laugh at him. It only encourages him. I saw that they are distributing, I think is it toddler and infant shoes out? I was surprised when I saw it.
What's nice?
They are. I know that they are because I saw it and they commented on it. She does these bubble waffle cones. I'm always surprised. I'm glad that when you come to Community Day, you bring something with you. I'm always happy to take a pen or post it, but I'm even happier to have ice cream and tacos for lunch. Sunny sweet
And
treats.
Italian sausage and, kielbasa.
Toddler and youth size shoes, girls only. I don't know what that's about. I just saw shoe giveaway and I thought to myself,
That's nice.
anybody who wanders over here on Community Day, look at a Chevelle, have an Italian sausage, tour the court,
It's supposed to be nice Friday too.
see the horses, 60 degrees, I'll take it.
Horses,
There's horses coming.
Wayne County's horses, or a horse club.
I thought he said Huron, but I didn't know Huron had horses. It must be Wayne County. Listen, I just get ready for it. And you see my elaborate setup in the jury assembly
Yeah, it
room.
looks good.
Did they stick?
Yeah, they're still up there. I saw them this morning.
I went in there this morning because I was concerned. I had one picture that wouldn't stick, but there's a whole slideshow with all 23 of the entries. So I did that's what I wanted the bulletin board for. But I
Oh,
figured
okay.
once that came over and it would, no. I'm excited.
It looks good.
In case this doesn't work out, I fall back on my.
Oh, no, you're all set.
Judge, I just spoke with the clerk at the other court that Mr. Tank was in, and she said that they are done with their hearing and he should have been on or getting on right now.
Thank you for following up, ma'am.
Yep, you're welcome.
Is that a Zoom?
Zoom, and then I have 11:30 exam. So I need to move all the breakable stuff before Friday. Because last year, kids wanted to know why I didn't have a gavel. And I told them I don't have a gavel out here because I have you.
Yeah.
And I don't do a lot of voice raising. I just sit and stop talking until they're done. 289-year-olds.
I don't know about that. How are they gonna entertain them? Where are they gonna entertain them?
We have Community Day on Friday where we're open to the public from 12 to 9. We have public safety coming and we have some elementary school children coming. 280.
At least you're fourth graders, not kindergartners.
Well, and so my husband is like, well, what do you tell 9-year-olds? And I said, I think I'll have to come up with some knock knocks or some riddles because explaining to them the areas of the courtroom and what I do and the kind of cases we do, I don't think they care. I have a few little toys up here, but that's it. I don't know. I'll have them.
They probably interested in we have blocked off.
I think I'm going to turn on the big TV and run Peppa the Pig or something else. They don't want to talk to me. They want to see something exciting. So I'll turn on the monitors where you're sitting. Those can come on and I'll just run a video through here. I'll run. I used to know all the words to the Lion King, but yeah, I'll act out the Lion King.
A couple weeks ago, I done
Well, what I,
I heard it for like 6 hours.
no, when I came home my freshman year in college this summer, my nephew was old enough to watch it. So he's now 30. This is the 6'10" boy. He watched it every day. So I learned every word I could do it. I did all the songs and dances for him and everything. He does not like to hear that story, but I said, if you make me watch it every day, and then the other one was Spider-Man, some Spider-Man movie. Would you check on them? You said just we're waiting for Miss Robinson. Thank you. See, this is what I thought. I did. It's every day is like this. Is hurry up and wait. I'm here at 8 o'clock. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. So I have been sitting out here since, I think we started at about 8:25. Well, that's what I do. I bring out the stuff. Oh no, it's reviewing what's next and signing and getting everything ready, because when we set for 9 o'clock, I expect people here at 9 o'clock, and when they're not, that's why you hear me asking my secretary, have you called? Would you follow up? And where's this person? She's on Zoom. She's sitting right behind me. She's not 20 feet from where I am right now. So she's listening to me. And that was my court officer. And typically if we're in session, he's standing right where I can see him. But because there's no one in here except for you, he won't stand in here. But as soon as we start he's checking on the case right now. When there are people in here with me, sitting at these two tables, he'll stand in here with me. And if there's somebody in custody, they'll come through that door right there, and someone else will come in here. So there are security officers in the building. So if there's somebody in here, they'll be in here. But typically when I'm by myself, there's no need to have them when they can be in another courtroom assisting or downstairs checking the public in. And as soon as the other case is ready, you'll see her come out and she'll sit right there. She'll record everything that's going on in the courtroom. But other than that, it's me, and I'm down to 5 squares on Zoom. Well, 2 of them are me. One's my secretary. One is our court administrator. One's the prosecutor, who is actually across the hall right now. Oh, yeah. Everybody still does not have the hang of it. Because, well, if you had been here at about 9:30, we were pretty busy. Well, not even 9:30. Let's see what time. Oh, yeah, about 9 o'clock, we had a case that had a lot of attention. So there were a lot of people. And at one point, there were more than 30 people on Zoom. And everyone, if you don't use Zoom all the time, you're not used to being moved around from the main session to the breakout rooms, or connecting your audio or connecting your video. And we have staff, there's staff in breakout rooms on Zoom who are getting people labeled properly, getting them matched up with their attorneys, making sure their audio is good. All of this is going on behind the scenes. So our staff has become very proficient at it, but parties who don't use it might not be able to get connected correctly. We have some attorneys, because they're doing so many things, they might log on from a phone while they're standing in the corner of another courthouse. So that it's been an adjustment period. And because people think, well, I can just jump on Zoom, they think they have time, which makes them late, or they have the wrong Zoom ID. So then they're trying to call staff in the building or log onto our website to see which judge they're actually assigned to. Because there's 3 judges here, there's a magistrate, there's staff downstairs. They have Zoom IDs because they conduct virtual interviews with people. So there's ways for things to go wrong. And when you were sitting in here, we had an attorney join, and he told me he was here for something. And I said to him, you're in the wrong place. And I gave him the number, because I keep the numbers up here for everyone else's Zooms, because people think I'll log on to who I was with last. And if they were with me last, we might have rotated, and the case is actually next door with our chief judge, Brian Oakley, or down the hall with the other judge, Judge Green. And so I keep the number. So I say, no, don't log off and look for it. Let me give it to you right now, or I'll have them, if they're on Zoom and not sure where they should be, I'll send them into a virtual breakout room with either my secretary or whoever else is on, and they'll get them where they're supposed to be. So it's you and I sitting here, it looks like nothing's happening, but there's stuff going on behind the scenes in these virtual rooms. I see the prosecutor and my court officer and the police walking back and forth. So I know that our 11:30 is getting ready. You can't see him, but there's somebody else waiting right now that's been waiting for at least 40 minutes now, waiting for their attorney. And so I've said to my secretary, check, and she just updated me. So I have no preference. It's what's best for the parties. I'm here from 8 to 4. So whether I'm sitting out here with people here or if I'm sitting here looking, it doesn't matter to me. I trained as an in-person attorney. I practiced well before COVID. So that in-person's fine. Zoom is fine. But if I have somebody who doesn't have the kind of job where they can't just take off an hour from court, they'll lose the whole day and they want to Zoom, I'll Zoom. If I have somebody who has a transportation issue, Zoom is best. If I have somebody who doesn't trust the technology in their home, either because they don't have a computer, their phone doesn't have internet, or their Wi-Fi is spotty and they want to be sure they can be heard, they can always come in person. It's difficult if one person's in person and one person's on Zoom, because if they need to talk, then we have to put them somewhere else so they can connect with each other, or they have to conduct what should be private conversations in this open setting. And so I asked the parties, live or in person. The cases you'll see this afternoon, we set in person because they are the preliminary exams. They're the last time that they're here in district court before they possibly either go downtown or dismiss for insufficient evidence. So those are serious. I have them come in person. Small claims cases where people represent themselves that usually tend to be document heavy, I have them come in person because it's hard to share evidence on the screen. So it really just depends on what the parties want. It has, and there's still some judges who are not in the courtroom. They're conducting cases remotely. But I don't always trust the technology. And I live somewhere where there's a lot of law enforcement traffic. So I hear a lot of police sirens and fire engines, and I would not ever want to have to stop proceedings because I have whatever going on. So for me, it's easier to come here, sit here in the courtroom, even when I'm the only one sitting here, because I trust this technology. And if something happens, we have an IT guy, and I can call him and say, hey, can you get up here because X, Y, and Z a thing? I consider myself okay. But when I need to call him and he tries to explain.
Mr. Tank was in the wrong courtroom and he's appearing right now.
I see him coming in, thank you. He starts to explain to me, I'm like, I'm good. As long as you fixed it. Good morning, Mr. Tank.
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
I'm super, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Do you need to speak to either Mr. Benning or Ms. Shafufi, the prosecutor?
I don't think that it would, I mean, I might want to speak with Mr. Benning very briefly, but Your Honor, I just got done with trial. There are some documents that need to be turned in. We just took a verdict a few minutes ago. It went longer than it was supposed to, which impacted this case. And so we just need some additional time, like another week or so, actually, everything worked out.
If 1 week is sufficient?
It is.
I can put you back on my docket next week. Marianne will get a time before I call the case, but did you need to speak to Mr. Benning?
Yeah, if I could talk to Mr. Benning briefly for a second, that'd be great.
We'll get you into a breakout room. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Shafufi, are you there?
I'm here, Your Honor.
As soon as he pops back out, I will recall the case.
Okay.
Mr. Tank, you should see an invitation to join breakout room 9.
Join breakout room 9. I'm going to join right now. Thank you.
10:45, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. Will that give you sufficient time to follow up with MDOC?
Oh.
Mary Ann?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can get them the writ today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep, you're welcome.
And our mailbox is full.
Thank you for your efforts, sir.
Did you call the complainant? She's not answering.
As soon as he comes back out, Mr. Tank.
Okay.
As he told the officer that he already got reimbursed, but you won't.
This is 220644FD, State of Michigan versus Samuel Benning II. May I have your appearances, please?
Remax with on behalf of the people.
And my name is Craig Tank. I appear on behalf of Mr. Benning.
Mr. Benning, state your name for me, please, sir.
Samuel Benning.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Tank, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've been in trial as I previously explained, for a couple weeks here, and it's going longer than it was supposed to. I was supposed to get a variety of documents, including a letter requesting a deviation to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, and I did not. And it's on that basis I'm asking for an additional week because I am way behind. So.
Thank you, sir. While you were gone, I had the conversation with Mary Ann. We have space available next Wednesday, May the 10th, 2023 at 10:45 a.m. Will that give you sufficient time to do what you need to do, sir?
It will.
Then I will see you next Wednesday at 10:45 a.m. It's back here with me, back in courtroom number 1, back on Zoom.
Okay.
Anything else, Miss Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I have
Anything else,
nothing.
Mr. Tank?
I have nothing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Benning, thank you for your patience this morning, sir. I'll see you next week at 10:45.
Thank you.
So I told you I dropped my phone.
Yes, you did. Did you get a new,
I've been waiting for a new phone to come. Because I can't. I think they just came and dropped it off.
have you been without?
No,
Oh.
I have a phone. The way I dropped, I've never cracked a phone before. But it landed just right. And yeah.
And you know when it lands, you know it
I
lands.
didn't, well, because I'm getting out of the car and I have all this stuff and I'm trying to get something out of the back seat and I'm on the phone, which, whatever. It dropped. I watched it bounce and it bounced right under his car. And I go up, pick it up, and I thought it was just dirt on the phone. So I go to wipe it off. No, it's the dust from the screen. So I proceed to talk to my carrier to get a new phone. A phone's like $1,000. I did the same thing. I said, absolutely not. The phone I have is I bought the phone at Target as an unlocked phone because it was already 2 years old. Because I don't, So I put tape on it to keep the screen from continuing to disintegrate and cut my face. So every day my husband's like, what's going on? I said, listen.
Is this your phone right here?
Yeah. because this is what I did, because I'm whatever. This is the best cover. This is work phone. This is mine with my Target brand cover.
But where did it, oh yeah,
Oh,
where did it?
these are,
Oh,
I
yeah.
wouldn't never. So it has been the biggest thing because I called them. I wound up on the phone with them for almost 2 hours
To get a new
talking
phone?
to 4 different people.
To get a new.
Yes, because they want me to pay this price. And I'm like, I'm not paying that price for a phone. It's a phone. I'll get a flip phone. I'll get a Sidekick first. Are you crazy? I'm not.
You know what, I was thinking about getting a new one, but maybe I'm not going to.
I don't get new phones until something happens with the old one.
Yeah.
My original Nokia phone I had forever, and someone broke into my house and stole it. And I'd had that phone for probably 6 or 7 years.
Well, the only reason I think I would is because I can't get some apps on it. Like my bank app won't go on there anymore. So I'm like, well, maybe I could just do it on my iPad. I don't need a new phone. That's
I didn't care until my niece, the college student, she talked about me. Well, she's like, first of all, I cannot believe you have an Android phone. Like, whatever. Second of all, your phone's like whatever number of years old. I said, have you ever called me and me not answer? Have you ever needed tuition and me not be available? So yeah, that's the cutoff. We still have a landline in our house with an actual cord to it.
Does it even have a phone? Does it really?
It's an old school candlestick phone, so you have to hold it. Oh yeah.
That's funny.
I'm doing my regular Wednesday entertaining because no one's ready at the scheduled start time.
She just called. She said she's 3 minutes away. Now, if you were 3 minutes away, why would you call?
I know you're laughing, but this is my everyday. Well, she's outside of the 15-minute
I know
window.
And this guy's been locked up for 46 days. If she comes in with this story that I need to talk to him, she could have gone and visited him.
The thing that helps is that our 12 and our 12:30 have been adjourned.
Okay, so we'll give
So
her a
we're not
little-
pressed to start.
Okay.
We're pressed for lunch for you all and
Oh,
for
that's it.
Madam Prosecutor.
So you want me to give her, let her talk to him before?
You control that. I'm just along for the
All right.
ride. So that's the
She
11:30.
would come in mad.
So then we're next at 1:30. Or no, we're next at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. But I think 1 o'clock, something may be going on there too.
I love how you say that.
We'll see.
It's been a morning. It's been fine. See, ma'am, here's the thing. Officer Brooks and I have an understanding that it's 15 minutes after the scheduled start time. So if you're not here by 15 minutes after, the case could be dismissed. You could be deemed as having been failed to appear to bench warrant issue. But if I'm here on time, I expect people to be here on time or let us know. If you call us and say, hey, there's an accident on 94, I can't get through, which I've been there, or something has happened. Something has delayed me, then we know. And we can tell everyone else, because there's other people holding. And people usually start by apologizing to me. Don't apologize to me. I'm here. Apologize to the other attorney who's waiting or the witness who's taken off from work to be here and you're half hour, 40 minutes late. Or somebody who has to leave to go pick a child up from school, any number of things that they're waiting for that they can't do because you're late and you just come in and start talking. No. Lunch is an hour, but on Wednesdays, this is our, we call it our state day. It's the day that we have the prosecutor. We only have them 1 day a week. And so we typically don't have lunch. My staff don't. And if they don't have lunch, I don't have lunch. So we kind of just power through because we have to get these things done because they're time sensitive. But because we have these cases that have adjourned, hopefully they'll have an opportunity. And it also means that everyone else involved in the day might not have lunch, because my officer is not alone. He has one or two other people that will be in here to assist him if there are people in custody, or just the number of people that have to move around. So we know that on Wednesdays, either, whether it's my state day, Chief Judge Oakley's, or Judge Green's, whatever courtroom it's in, it's going to be a busy day. So, yeah. No, you're usually on Wednesday, there's a pack a lunch day, or somebody's nice enough to go out and pick up something for the other people who are working through. And then we talk about the behind the scenes. Everything I did this morning, I moved from this side to that side. My secretary's come in, she's taken all that stuff, and she's putting in what we did today. She's sending out the new notices if there's a new date given, so that we talk about the behind the scenes, people who might watch the courtroom, because we stream these proceedings on YouTube. People might see it and it looks like I'm just here. She's typing stuff. There will be stuff for me to sign. There's stuff that's gone to other secretaries. There's stuff that there will be cases that will go to another judge. So all that stuff moving around in the background. And then there's other types of cases. There's landlord tenant civil cases. So there might be other paperwork from different departments that need to be signed. So there's an in basket that when I leave here, I'll look and I'll grab that stuff to sign that stuff. So it's always a cycle of what needs to be signed, what needs to be followed up on. And they just went to get the person for the 1130 case. That's why there were two of them. And then you'll hear the back door open in just a moment. My secretary will be out here to get started with that. Oh, you just moved him into the meeting room.
She said, I want to see my client, so you're a half hour late. She said, I'm only 15 minutes. I didn't want to tell you I don't have tough time.
It's Wednesday.
But I told Ken, I said, but she's early for 1 o'clock.
You all. See, I can dress them up. I can't take them anywhere. Marianne, it was too good to be true. Mary Ann?
Yes, ma'am.
Your presence is requested in courtroom number 1, please, and thank you.
Feet are like wings.
This is 230057FY. This is State of Michigan versus Henry James Ford. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Omar Shaja on behalf of the people, P86332.
Sarah Robinson, P63181 for Mr. Henry Ford. To my right is Mr. Ford. Sir, could you please state your name?
Henry James Ford.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. It was scheduled at 11:30. It's now 12:07 by this court's clock. Are the people ready to proceed?
None of the people are ready to proceed at this time.
Defense ready to proceed.
Your Honor, my client would like to waive preliminary examination.
Mr. Ford, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Ford, you understand that we're scheduled for a preliminary examination today where the people would have to show that both a crime had been committed and that probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of that crime.
Yes.
And after having a conversation with Ms. Robinson, is your desire this afternoon to waive your preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand that once that examination is waived, the next step in these proceedings will be an arraignment on the information at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice.
Yes.
And sir, you're waiving your rights freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive your rights?
No.
Your attorney is sliding the file over to you. There is a form that you have to sign. That you need to sign. My apologies. Any objection from the people?
No objection.
Mr. Ford, once the prosecutor signs that form, it'll come back to me. That form indicates your rights that we've just gone over on the record, those rights that you are waiving. Once I have it back, thank you, sir. Everyone signed in the spaces they are supposed to sign. I will sign it as well. It indicates that you waived your right to have the exam today, that day being May 3rd, 2023. Prosecutor signing that he has no objection to the waiver. As indicated previously, the next step in this proceeding will be an arraignment on the information that will happen at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice next Wednesday, May 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. You'll be bound over as charged, the sole count in this matter being larceny from a motor vehicle. Your previously entered bond, which was $25,000 personal, is continued. Is there anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing further for the people.
Anything else on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, that concludes this matter. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
So, just so I'm clear, because I'm curious. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Our next case is not scheduled until 1 o'clock, so we will stand in recess until that time. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. I think that if anyone takes the time out of their day to come here, it's my obligation to at least explain some of what's going on. Thank you, ma'am.